Okay, it seems everything's working. So, hello there. I guess, well, maybe I should wait with the hello until someone's even here, though. Huh, I'll upload this to YouTube anyway, so in that case, whoever watches this on YouTube, hello there. I am once again back. I'm Nadrasa and I hope that today I can finally complete the first of the Ace Attorney Investigations games. I have for a while now played, the cases in the first one, but, or more precisely, for a while now I have recorded and live streamed. Where it is, there it is, the Ace Attorney Investigations collection, in order to, play through it on record. Yay! Anyway, last time I was around the last of the cases of the first game, the fifth one, and that is a rather chunky one. And, oh, right. Now that the game is currently on, I may have a good chance that you can even see something. So, give me a moment. It appears that is correct. Whoop, and there it is. So yeah, over the days I have played cases 1 to 4 and 5 of the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, Part 1, Miles Edgeworth. And hopefully I can complete the first game today. I will return to it later on, however, it is my intention to, mix it up a little bit. I'm still not quite certain what exactly I want to do then. However, it will most likely either be a little game named Little Kitty Big City, or it will be RimWorld. So, if anyone has any idea with what I should continue, please write in the chat or in the comments. I'm always open for suggestions. Oh, that reminds me. There was a recommendation that I may or may not want to play Red Dead Redemption 2 on stream, which, if it works, is also a rather good idea. But for now, it is investigation time, so we are back at the Theatrum Neutralis, a little theater that bridges to, the embassies of two different nations. A big embassy building split in two, with a theater in the middle. Quite an ambitious setup, I'd say. Over the last few sessions, considering that this is a really chunky case, we have followed the suspicion of an appearance of the Yatagrasu to this embassy. We're faced with multiple fire hazards. And also two murders, one on each side of the embassy, and therefore a rather interesting international incident. So far, it appears we may have solved one of these sides, and, someone also got arrested for it, though the person arrested claims to, even though having been involved in all of this, not having killed anyone. So we had to investigate further. We got the help of our cross-shades wolf guy here in order to continue the investigation, but only for a short time, where we have found that potentially the ambassador of one of those two nations may be a ringleader in an international smuggling ring. So far so good. So now the big problem is, even though we can almost completely pin it on him, we have the big problem of him having well, special rights as as an ambassador in a foreign nation. So as of now, we need to find a way in order to bring justice that does not involve our standard proceedings on the legal side, yet is not despicable. And that is where we will start here. In the Theatrum Neutralis, more precisely the lobby, on March the 15th, 2:11 AM. Oh, I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality? Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Oh yeah, Wolfboy seems to have some idea, or is deep in thought. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. Well, that's interesting. Especially since he's wandering into the other side of the embassy. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? The law can't help us. And I go as a Yatagrasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. It's kind of a country, I guess. Oh, what did I hit? Well, sorry for that. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Hold it! Come on, everyone! We can't give up yet! Okay. I want you to think... I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up even for a second. And as long as we don't stop investigating, we may find the rotten treasure behind... Was it hidden here? Yeah, hidden there. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then. I'll go check out Barbal a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flower's data has been erased from the organizer. Yep, those flowers that were essential to finding how something got smuggled. But otherwise, we'll see. What is this? So, Ambassador Alba seems agitated over something. Well, no wonder. You've pretty much pissed in his flower bed, so I'm relatively sure he has reason to be agitated, at least at you, though there's a good chance that something over in Babal may not have gone exactly as he planned. Therefore, there may be some additional things tying it to him, or maybe something he cannot afford to lose. After all, it was a rather daring plan he had, just in order to exfiltrate some dubious objects. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabashian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool. Cool. It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder the Damascus Second, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Koshan and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babals also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We may stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Ironically, I have a feeling that Ambassador Alba has given us exactly that opportunity. I'll make a little prediction here. The entire thing regarding the two countries and today's event here is on is related to the Primidox statues. Technically, there should be only one. One's a forgery, the other is the real thing. The big thing, however, is this thing is essentially the it is the symbol of a rightful ruler of the former country of Cadopia, which was to be reunited at this festival. In theory, whoever is capable of presenting the true insignias of Cadopia would be the one who is, theoretically at least, in the higher position when it comes to overall rank, since the other country would pretty much be a province to them. That, however, means that the fact that even though Alabast had the real statue, this little big maneuver the ambassador of Alabast did, presented without anyone actually following it, the real statue to Babal. Both had been swapped. So the resulting the resulting comparison would now not present the Alabastian statue as the correct one, but the Babalese one. So, by that metric, what would happen if at this day it would be confirmed that Babal holds the true statue and therefore the right to rule? In theory, even though it would not negate the options of the extraterritorial rights, suddenly Ambassador Alba would be tried based on the higher court of Babal, not the one of Alabast. I wonder if this is how all of this will end here. But, well, time to investigate after all. I need to find out why. Can't really start the whole thing unless I have the investigative power in order to even combine all of us. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. Sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we are offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes tour. So, how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. Well, at the very least, Ambassador Paleno is right, well, literally on the money to build a tourist attraction from all of the fires that happened. So, can't really investigate too much here, it seems. Can I investigate this? This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Is there something in this picture that I've seen before? It appears I have to investigate something here. Has it to do with the flowers of his? It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow! You even know the exact species? I never would have figured you. Never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower there? That one. I'm not sure. What? You don't know? But I can recall I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Well, it almost appears as if it is a mock-up of the Alabastrian seal. It seems that the lilies are at the center of this bouquet, with an accent of chamomile, or chamomile? Whatever the right pronunciation may be. Please correct me on how to say it. Wow! I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance. Okay, this is just a picture. Yeah, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? What's your sense of empathy? If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination. You don't have to be so mean about it. Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. Of course, there's Ambassador Paleno. Mr. Paleno has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Cadopia again. Perhaps, but... Oh, that was Kate just now. Dang it! Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who's always thinking of his country is really to be admired. Yeah. Although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Cadopia are locked away. And we will! I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind the cheery smile. Okay, please, try to remain calm and focus on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. So I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we are going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. And then, of course, the Steel Samurai. There's that troublemaker standing there, smack in the center, making two peace signs. Wow, Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. Yes. Edgeworth still trying to disassociate from Larry. Wait, but you just said he. You know which gender he was, so you must know him, right? I beg you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Well, let's see. Well, the only thing I can say for certain regarding this is, if we take a look at it, that this here shining golden flower-like thing appears to be a mock-up of the Cadopian... No, wait. That's even further. For one, it's the Cardopia insignia with a piece missing, but we do have exactly what's missing from there. A weird golden guitar pick. Originally, I thought this thing may be related to the jamming ninja, considering that this guitar playing character was also present and was present in the area where this pick was found, but I guess this is part of this sculpture. Eureka! Could this piece of evidence be related to Soto someday? Well, nope, I don't think they're so related at all. And once again, I have the strong suspicion that me comparing the exact thing to it was premature in relation to what the game expected it to be. It would be very nice if I had the ability to use two pieces of evidence at the same time. Even though I know she's right, she could have at least tried to humor me a little. Well, I am annoyed at that, considering that I'm absolutely certain it will come back to this either literally one sentence later or later on in general. But right now, it reminds us of the Alabastian embassy, so wait, I never fully inspected this thing. It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Zhang Fa builds. It's incredibly detailed and even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. With plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. But that's all. Nonetheless, we currently only hold one real thing that allows us to identify the insignia of Alabast, and that would be the embassy guide. Are you shitting me? So, I found two things that are exact replicas of what we see there, and both are not considered correct. Flowers are sent by a variety of people to businesses to celebrate a goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There's so many bouquets here. It's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabas and Babal, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay then, this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony. Oh me, great fumbler of words. I suppose you could call it that. Not really. Is there something I need to logic together first? Let's see. What do we say to the drunken... What do we do with the drunken sailor? But also, what's with these flowers? These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they film the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently. So the studio's being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Never underestimate my power of recollection. Well, apparently you can very much underestimate or overestimate this power of recollection, considering that apparently I'm not quite allowed to do exactly what I thought I was allowed to do. So, do I really need to throw things against the wall again? On order of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast. But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She is from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So, while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Francesca, alright. Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers... Yep, definitely Francesca. Okay, so there are two ways this could go. Either I'm still lacking something related to all of these three things, or more precisely something related to why Alba may be somewhat agitated. Or it is directly related to this. Oh, special interactability. It's either something related to the flowers, something related to our ambassadors here, or to the Steel Samurai. Yet, in order to at least partially do this, I need to exactly know what. I'm honestly really surprised that the fact that this metal flower bit, or shiny metal flower bit, literally looks exactly like this supposed guitar pick, is not the answer. Dun, 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 dun. Honestly, this flower is the only thing that truly stands out here, in any form, but despite it being pretty much a direct replica of the Alabastrian seal, and also lacking one piece of exactly the right shape, seemingly exactly the right shape to be that supposed guitar pick, cannot see any true connection. However, even though I have this, well, I did attempt to use this and it was wrong. I have to correct myself. It's almost exactly the Alabastrian seal. The Alabastrian seal has 5 petals, not 6. So I'm very much annoyed at that. Zoom in, enhance, look around. Well, wait, that is 5 petals. I am truly getting... well, I appear to be slightly losing it here. I supposedly have evidence related to it, but I cannot see it. None so at all. Well, at the very least, the game does have a rather good music, so oh, can I? It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But well, the Jamming Ninja stage show's climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks. I could totally feel the love in... I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Jamming Ninja's just more popular with female audiences. Honestly, let's just talk to Kay. Yes? The investigation. We've come too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, of course. We've got to find a way to steal the truth and get it out there, for my father's sake. Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Sorry. Hopefully all that water I'm drinking, once again, won't have severe consequences for this stream. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. I'll start by thoroughly examining this room for any information I can find. Did you notice anything? The bouquet in the commemorative photo we saw earlier is really pretty. Even if Ambassador Alba did look super unenthused. Yes, you did. She must mean the photo in front of the theater. I remember thinking something about the bouquet Ambassador Alba was holding was off. Looking at him so bored just makes me so mad. Actually, just seeing him with a sea samurai really bakes my biscuits. I'm a jabbing ninja fan after all, and he should be one too. Okay. After we solve this, I have something I'd like to talk with you about. About what? Are you going to give me a reward or something? You'll see, Kay. You'll see. The agitated Alba. Miss Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away. Yes, I know. Now, hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I've no idea what you are talking about. What, you don't? Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about. That thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yes, that's it, so hurry up and let's swing already. Alright. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now by just looking. However, I should be able to piece things together if I take another look at my leads. Perhaps now's the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth. So, if I take it that way, I may have everything I need to connect. So, what do you think about this, Kay? Kay, about this piece of evidence. May I? May I really have it? But you know, Siatagarasu, it'd be bad if I couldn't get this by myself. Sorry, but I have no intention of giving you this piece of evidence. Oh, really? I guess I misunderstood. I feel like I've had a very similar conversation with someone else before. So apparently, it's a piece of logic. Well, there are two options. Either he's directly panicked about something related to the renovations, or the renovations may be related to the whole counterfeit thing. Well, then. Worst thing that can happen is that I completely fail at everything. And considering that I already had to continue once, that's, in this case also, that's not exactly a broad swing. Pieces don't fit together quite right. Well, it's absolutely certain that he doesn't want to us to investigate what may remain of his printing press, but is this really the truth here? Nope. So supposedly I am to connect something here. And I may not have it on account of not having the right data yet. Okay, so it is the fact that the renovations may reveal something, but it could have come from any site, but only this one is right. That's a detail you've got to love, because otherwise you hate it. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy press. But the necessary materials, such as the Babalis ink and paper, must have been hidden in secure location. But what do you think would happen if the renovations had begun. Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right. So we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and the bill's disposal. And the reason Mr. Koshen was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Well, the situation right now, like I already said, Mr. Paleno, Coleas Paleno, did massively have the most to gain, considering that if the reunification were to happen, he would potentially not only get get to have the upper hand right now when it comes to a political confrontation, but also he, well, if the objects were to be discovered, he would have potentially a lot of things on his hands to, well, make life a living hell for Quercus alba. Let's see. So, let me just take a bit of a closer look. Also, welcome, whoever it is. Well, execution. Quercus alba has only things to lose here. Manicure Shen did play his part. He would obviously have a lot to gain here, though being dead is a rather big hindrance on it. And Ambassador Paleno also has an insanely big thing to gain from it. So it's most likely either Manicure Shen or Coleas Paleno. The answer is Ambassador Paleno. You really think so? But he was the one who had the embassy's office burnt down. And he lost his secretary. Do you really think he profited from any of that? No, they mention perhaps not. Hmm. Well, Manicure Shen would, but he's dead, so the only one who really got anything is Quercus alba, of course. Always all of those convoluted things where assumption is to be avoided, but assumption is also what you need. One is the one person who has been raising all evidence of his smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Koshan. Well, it's not like I have anything else I could connect, and I am forced into it, so... The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Koshan. Monsieur said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, and the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Koshan was killed. And you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were. But what if Mr. Koshan was the one who first betrayed their relationship? Oh, I get it. Was Mr. Koshan pushing really hard for Mr. Paleno to be an ambassador after the unification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alaba's Primidex statue. So, Mr. Koshan hired the Master II to go steal it for him. But when but when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Koshan. Definitely a possibility at this point. Is it really worth thinking of no one but themselves? But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was an alabast. But Mr. Kishin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right. And after that is... And that is what we must solve next. Let me guess, I still cannot enter here. So... No, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Did anything change here? Bum 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 bum. I guess now I need to find something here. I certainly do not have anything else I could potentially logic from it, so it has to be something here. Oh, I can look out here. You can see the Bubbly's embassy, which is undergoing major renovations. From a room expansion to a garden upkeep, it looks like a lot of construction is going on. Mr. Palano said that all of his work is really hard on him. He said that since Mr. Kishin passed away, that maybe I could work part-time for him. She got really chummy with that ambassador. What can I say? I just have a good nose for money. But it's no additional detail. Curious. This time it's not... This is not yet anything again, but deductive reasoning always has something. Okay, so something somewhere in this room is what I need to do. Right now we have the big questions of why and how. This pick is still very much important, considering that it appears that this the metal flower here is this metal flower is most certainly what that pick is from. However, unless for some reason something changed here, I cannot yet use it. That would be really idiotic if now I was able to do it. Okay, so... Okay, Sammy, tell me anything. Not like this, it seems. Not like this as well. Honestly, this is more or less the first time I would have to resort to brute force. Okay, so this supposedly fully investigated picture is the only thing I can interact right now. With the assumption that there had to have been some form of foul play between the two, the ambassador and the secretariat. Yet I didn't get anything updated of those things I just found. So why should I assume that I would have something that is now different here? I only have this videotape, which is irrelevant in that case. And a few pictures. There doesn't seem to be anything I can really investigate again here. Which would make this the only place. Can't logic it up, so either I need to see if Kay has anything more to say that may or may not lead me into the right connection, or I need to find out how or why there's something wrong here. I already did attempt to connect this to it all, but last time at least it did not go well. Let's ask her again. Ich kann fire. Yes, of course. If I say yes, will do. Reason for I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. Start thoroughly examining the room for any information. Yes, I already had that. This is definitely annoying right now. But it all leads back to here. However, there's a big question if now it will react to all of that. Which would be very much idiotic considering I did already try exactly that just without prior, well, just without going to prior reduction in terms of deductions from logic. Let's just try it. It's not. Problem is, I don't really have any other thing that's notable here. Of course, this thing here is notable. The bouquet he holds, but I don't. Aside of the fact that this is a metal insignia of the Kingdom of Alabast, nothing really is, well, there's nothing really out of the ordinary here. Honestly, anyone viewing right now, I truly have absolutely no idea what would be connected here. In most cases, this will be almost easier to the point of being completely well obvious, so you'd not see it on account of seeing it. But this is somehow different to an extreme degree. Problem is, I only did get a slight update here. So in the end, I can't exactly combine anything here. It has to be something I can either show someone or that is connected to this picture here in some way or another. Well, let's see again. Very much appears to have something to do with this bouquet of flowers. However, we don't know what exactly. Aside of, well, that metal thing. Oh, on that note. That's not the key in there, is it? Appears to be a bouquet. You know, species never figured. It's all because of a slow says that every month. Yeah, I sound like some sort of botanist. And so what exactly is this a yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I guess I've seen the shape. This, of course, is the thing that stands out, surrounded by all of that. And this little detail here may be the other thing. That would be an extremely small detail, but if it's not a flower, but if it's the key, then this would be connected once again. Not that far-fetched to think that the end of this key was meant to be a butterfly. The keymaker must have been a true patriot to have fashioned this after a national symbol. Ah, fuck it. I only have this once, so not that. Let's try it. No, it's not. Honestly, have I done something wrong here? Not just in the surface level sense, but At present, I'm not allowed to leave this area. We've absolutely certainly seen both the Babal stuff and all of that. We found a key, which of course is relevant to the case from long ago. In the primitive statue here, we see these petals, the petal symbols. We do also see it in the embassy guidebook. We do not see it on our badge, even though, well, that's the most important thing we have. It is almost obvious that this thing may be related to the missing piece of his flower. But for some reason, any attempt to connect this flower with the symbol of Alabast or this pig run into... What is this thing? Not quite sure if it's always around that time, but once again there was a bot in my chat and you'll not have seen him. But I wonder if those things really do work by like a clockwork work to spam about 1 hour into a stream. However, right now I'm annoyed. I see. Even though I could have connected all of that, this here is what I should have connected it with. There's a striking flower ornament on the handle of his knife. Compared to the Babali's knife handles, this larger one gives Alabast more presence. Yeah, it also appears to be exactly what we see in there. There with a lot more pizzazz to it. Also, welcome whoever joined. Alright, so let's try this again and most likely fail on account of some weird semantics part of it. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly and Alabast is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hidden hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle of his knife? Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Kushan. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in a very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Well, it's certainly a good way of hiding it, but do we really have any indication that it was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis into the Embassy of Babal? This is almost ridiculous, especially since I wasn't able to connect things the other way around, so to speak. The flower motif. Looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as the murder weapon. Now I have to, now I'm very much sure I have to connect where the missing petal is and connecting it in the same way I would have done already. Just that I'm not allowed to ask questions, only provide answers in this game. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have to, it must, there, fumbler of words again. It must have something to do with where Mr. Koshen was killed. Place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Baba Lee's Mr. Koshen. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... Well... Supposedly, it would have been the embassy of Babal. However, by now, that appears to be not quite right. It would have been the Theatrum Neutralis where he was killed in that case. However, in that case, the corpse would also have been transported. Let's see. Must have been something to do with where Mr. Kushen was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Kushen. Yeah, that would be the Theatrum Neutralis, or at worst, the gardens of the Embassy of Alabast.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So, the only place that that both of them would have been is in here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. That theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So, what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
And that sounded like Francesca. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francesca. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You're well to take a look at this content. That is convenient. Security footage data jotted down in my organizer. You move fast. A von Karmas tries to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over Babal's investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So, this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in there we can use. Ba-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-da-dum. So, there we have Mr. Alba. There we have the Steel Samurai, with the already broken piece of his weaponry and... well... there's nothing there in the area at 21. There is Mr. Alba here at 22. And then there's the Steel Samurai here at 23. I'd say further investigation into this is very much paramount, since this is exactly when something could have passed through here unannounced, considering that card there seems to have gone through without further checkup. There's something about a love strike US odd. Huh. Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had a pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. We know the pushcart has been lost, together with the, well, with that little bit, well, with that doll, the Iron Infant. Well, we do, however, have it jotted down. Not every day we get to investigate a bulge without it getting somewhere way weird. But, well, time to look for a card. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. I hope it shows us. Yeah, I hope it shows us something good. Let me guess. We will see Maniko Shen leave, but not anything else. Oh, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Kirshen entering his own country. But was this body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Huh. Semantics. I gotta hate them. And here it appears Ambassador Alba has gotten security involved. Ambassador Alba? I thought I had asked you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No?
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So, I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There's still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Hold it. Please, may I have a bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Paleno? Even just a teeny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther. Ambassador Paleno. Mr. Edgeworth, All I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Honestly, I wonder if I were capable of speaking, or at least reading Japanese, if all of those complications I had resulting from weird semantics and stuff not being quite clear, or how something was meant and therefore ended up using the wrong clue at the right time or the right clue at the wrong time, even up to such weird points that, well, clear things became obscure. If that's all on account of having been mistranslated, or at least not thoroughly translated, or even having been impossible to translate correctly. Sadly, at present at least, I don't speak Japanese, so I can't confirm. Now then, what was it that you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch, after all. So, I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Manika Shen. Huh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Now for the big question, if this really is the last part of it. Will there be a special condition here? In Ace Attorney, it's usually the case that the last confrontation, sometimes even prior to that, does have a special condition. If we go by the original mainline games, in one you can't press too much and it will deplete your overall stability of the case just by asking too many questions or asking for too many verifications. In another, it's that you have to more or less contradict yourself in order to have your opponent play his cards wrong. In another, you outright have to, well, you have to work with the supernatural in a court of the natural. And then again, there's also another case where you have to essentially stall. So in order to beat your opponent, you do not where you do not have to do things the right way, but you have to do things in a vague way in order to take as much time as possible. I wonder if something similar will happen now. Well, on the other hand, we already did have some weirder stuff on account of obscure evidence, but, well, stalling this won't get anything going, even though we have a commander Stalin here, our entire investigation. Well, let's see if this will be fun or if this will be something that will make me have a headache. His alibi. Frankly, I don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Kushan and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. So, that is your alibi. That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. No, that we cleared that up. I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way. I said, hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did? But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you a little longer. I just noticed that with a jawline like his, he does strike a bit of a... Well, his teeth especially make him seem a bit like he is supposed to represent something like a whale. Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose. Of course. That is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was to capture the smuggling ring's leader, my father and Uncle Bet. The legacy will live on, through me. So, that's why we've got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Well, that's going to be interesting. Let's see if I manage to not fumble this. Now, Ambassador Alba. Let's have the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Well, it's rather surprising, but does speaking like this really drain me this much? Not my throat, by the way. It appears the way I work here, speaking, thinking, speaking, and raging in some cases, all the same, does seem to put a rather big strain on my blood sugar. I know the brain is one of, if not the most dedicated thing in our body, especially when it comes to absorbing nutrients. But I never would have expected that little to drain one this much. Well, alright, let's see if this is truly how it has to be. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Let's see if I can press him without getting any penalties for us.
Hold it!
Being the leader of a smuggling while taking on the duties of ambassadorship. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows and the primitive statue. All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy. What do you mean by that? Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Kershen and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh, So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Kirshen. If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry, I suppose you're in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Well, let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator?
Hold it!
Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Looks like he's not going to admit it himself, that he was in league with Mr. Kirshen. I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and Mr. Kirshen. You mean he's the ringleader and that Mr. Kirshen was his subordinate, right? Correct. But I know more than that. Miss Onkama, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Kirshen's office, correct? Yes, the safe had 2 compartments. Safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Kirshen's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So Mr. Kirshen didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. Then that means maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. What Ambassador Alba had to gain. I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Kirshen. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. But to get to the point, I was in Alabast the whole time.
Hold it!
And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabast? I had a meeting with a Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise. Are you saying that it was the Master's second that made the first move? Yes, and it was after that, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the primitive statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow. But it was an act of justified self-defense. Calling it that doesn't cover out what you really did. Cover up? No, my boy. I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better. but I'm a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Objection!
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Koshan, didn't you?
Objection!
Man is evil. And I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Koshan was killed in Babal, while I was all the way in Alabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That's my alibi.
Hold it!
Pressing again, press it all. Press until tomorrow never comes. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Koshan in Babal. And you're correct. Oh. I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight. But I must concede. But if you must concede to me, the only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth. I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. Yeah, it would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor in this country. We'll see about that. So, Mr. Koshan was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father, where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed. If they had complete trust in each other, then there's no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish. And I believe that is from where his motive arose. I'd say this is rather likely to be the point where we need to find some contradiction, namely in the form of a motive. Well, I'd say, among other things, the counterfeit place itself would be one of the motives. After all, if truly the money itself was part of it, this could very well be a rather big reason. After all, such things are extremely hard to come by. And if the entire thing was made with Babalese ink in Babal, or in this case within the Embassy of Babal as a side project during the printing of coupons and other types of flyers, then of course this means that Mr. Koshan had the upper hand in relation to this entire thing. It would very much be a point of contention regarding all of that, because in theory, anything needed to produce the counterfeit money was in Babal. Mr. Koshan did not need anyone with authority from the other side to just do it. I will try it. Probably wrong, but I will.
Objection!
Yeah, is wrong. This piece of evidence will reveal the whole sad tale to us. I've no interest in listening to such a story. The only story I'm interested in is the glorious one of my shining life. Shall I write you into one of its pages? Consider it an honor. That's quite alright. He didn't even bat an eye. I suppose this wasn't related after all. I did press this again, didn't I? I see that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill. I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Yeah, I did get that already. Just that. So, let me guess. If I'm correct in the way of my thinking, then it's not... Well, then the counterfeit bills itself may very well be the related part. Otherwise, it would be the Kurdopian document. Well, let's try it again.
Objection!
And it seems to be wrong. The statement directly contradicts us. No, that doesn't really matter either way. But are you sure my statement contradicts that piece of evidence? Just think. Yep, it didn't. Hey. Well, one of the things, of course, would be this note directly, which was written by Manikoshin, instructing the Master II to steal the statue. It would put the attempted theft of the statue in Alabast a lot earlier, probably at least. But it is a direct point that someone was after his statue. Otherwise, the documents would be it.
Objection!
Yep, it was this. Hooray! It's always that thing that You do have the solution in hand, yet you need to take baby steps in order to kick the pebbles out of the way so you don't stumble on account of the jump you do. Even if that jump is literally onto the same spot you're standing on. If I do notice, well, I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, I'm back, and the break is over. Water. Can't miss it. Sorry, I only just noticed. When I banned that bot from my channel here, I didn't get a good look at this weird name it had. Somehow my eye fell upon it. I have a bit of a hunch that a few of those randomly generated names may very well be a good idea to keep in mind for some ridiculous stuff somewhere in the future. But for now, I will continue here. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Koshen had betrayed you. But you had your own reasons too, namely, wanting to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil. And because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you are not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kirkton's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The contents of the note is a request calling for the theft of the Alabastian Primadox statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling on him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Kiran... Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me. Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or thought alone can't kill. Well, he's right with that one. Also, shouldn't my button work here? Why did my A button not work just now? Weird. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. Well, I did expect the semantics game to be played with me, and I still failed at it. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you will excuse me. Wait, what? Told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out. Something to which I have no relation to. No, he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Palena. I'm so very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Has it been Larry? No, it's Kay. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Kay? Like I said, Miss Edgeworth, the Yatagrasso's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave it to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No. And why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? That is a clue in my father, that is the clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer? Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which he wrote about Yatagrasu's keep. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago. I've no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. And what is this toy here? That's... This theory device was used by the Yatagrasu, or rather, by my father. "7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy." What? These two have pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagrasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go upstairs. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu. Ever the thorn in my side. Okay, does this organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let it all let all the info my father and Uncle Bet found go to waste. Just had to put something aside. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe Miss Edgeworth. You come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put a wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite a feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose to this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, bearing a person like me? Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Alright, but this is the absolute last. And even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me. Can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me to go to waste. Ambassador Alba's Alibi, part number 2. Woohoo! The last time I met with Mr. Koshen was here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Koshen again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions, and you will be punished. So now I get the point of needless pressing not being allowed. So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence, understood? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. Special condition has been activated, it seems. And sadly, I did waste a lot of my coherence on semantics. I know Mr. Kushan was killed before he returned to Babal, in which case there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Now there's an interesting question. And that is where the special condition gets awfully annoying, considering that there's a good chance that I need to press something. That is just fact. Also, that is literally that's literally where he killed him. The rest of the time he was in Alabas, as he stated earlier. This is also correct. There's nothing really wrong with that, aside of the fact that he did certainly do quite a lot of other things there. Of course, he did see what's left of him multiple times after that, but he of course did not see him alive after that. Have I also noticed, in most cases when anything is, then he's either completely self-assured about what he did, or where he had something to hide, he started playing with his medals, so there's an increasingly potent chance that this is the statement related to it. I suppose I will need to press this, considering I don't exactly have things based around that exact time frame.
Hold it!
Your alibi is that there's no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Koshen. Yes, because I was in the theater watching a stage show. Hey, Miss Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience? Sorry, but I do not remember anything outside of what was going on stage. You shouldn't have focused so much on the show and paid attention to your surroundings. Miss Edgeworth? It's the fact that Ambassador Al-Arba came to the theater, but I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show. I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai. Looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then, will that be all? No, wait, I'm not finished yet.
Objection!
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. Time remaining for me to find the truth has just blown away. Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything. So the only place he met the victim was at this theater. And when was he killed? We know that Mr. Koshen didn't return to Babal alive. Which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. That means that he was planning to kill Mr. Kirshen from the start. Oh, now there's the intriguing question. Let's read it again. Well, the time frame would have been around the same time that the ambassadors met. Either most likely either during the Steel Samurai show or immediately after that. Ba ba da 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 da. Anything I know about all of these that may or may not be a contradiction. Well, we do know it had to be prior to this. So, prior to 520. However, do we know any additional time frames? Well, the annoying part is, there's a good chance I need to press one of those, but with all of my lack of stability here, that is a problem. It appears I could press only one last thing. The only thing I can really think of is the time frame when they met here in the Theatrum Neutralis.
Hold it!
You met with the victim here. I was watching the Steel Samurai, as was Mr. Koshen, who was sitting nearby. I've been meaning to ask, why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event? I like the Steel Samurai, Daddy, so I asked for him to be at the event. I see. That was by Ambassador Alba's request. Now then, will it be all?
Objection!
That is once again the same thing about not pressing too much. Well, I'm rather sure I will need to continue here, because unless there is something of greater importance that I can just not see here. Ba bum ba ba bum. Well, let's just get it over with. Either I can get additional data on asking him here, or, well, or not. In any case, I only have one single chance until everything goes to, well, until the entire case shits itself. So let's see.
Hold it.
So you never saw Mr. Kaushen again after you left this theater. That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it's more likely that Mr. Kaushen ran into Ambassador Polano. You know, you would push his murder onto someone else. How dare you? Saying that I would kill Manny? Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures. I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see that... I can already see this thing turning into an international incident. Exactly, it's pressing here. In any case, what I need to do is stay positive and forge on. Now, will that be all? No, wait. Let's finish this. You are not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. And that's it. So I'll need to, well, continue on account of having lost too much and not having the ability to potentially gather data. John. Something. He's going to get away. I've already confessed. What else do you want from me? No, no. I have yet to obtain the truth behind tonight's events. Do you think I really care about this truth you seek? No. Since I have admitted to my crime, I will need to pay the airport a visit. So, if you would be so kind as to move out of my way. Is there no way to stop this man? I don't believe we'll be meeting again. However, I will pray for your success. We're not through here yet. Is it really game over? Thus the truth was lost for all eternity. Yep. So either I press everything within this entire row of statements, except for the single one thing that would be different. Or for some reason I cannot see the time frame in which things have happened. So I probably need to give the data that Manny Kirshen did never return to, that he did never return to Baba. Honestly, the security footage is the only thing I could possibly really present here, considering it's the only reference to any time frame. Either that, or the picture, which is another piece of timing. But those two are the only things that have anything to do related to time. I cannot disprove him to have not. I cannot disprove him not seeing Maniko Shen later on. I can't exactly confirm him to have left. Well, to have for one left Alabas, but also to have entered Babal. So unless him just sitting around in Alabas is the problem, which is also plausible. I don't really have anything except for the commemorative photo and the security footage. Let's just get it over with. That statement just now stands in clear contradiction to this evidence. No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's impossible. The prosecutors of this country. Are you all prone to pointing out non-existent contradictions? How frightening it is to think that it may be true. Drag me down with his insults. The fact there also that I get double penalized right now for everything is also rather annoying. Amazing, the place not craft anything. So the only place he met a victim was this theater. And when was he killed? I know that Mr. Koshen didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. What I mean that he planned from the very start. Yes. Oh. I've already gotten another penalty, so let's just see what he says to this.
Hold it.
Do you have anyone who can testify that you never left Alabas after that? Of course I do. I was in front of a large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I? I guess he's not lying about being in Alabas the whole time. Yes, as long as he is willing to admit to the masked second murder, and I suppose so. But he keeps saying that it was justified self-defense. Oh, I get it. Okay, so what if what if I were pretending to be a real klutz and then tripped into Mr. Medals really hard? That would count as self-defense, right? That's not self-defense, that's just being careless. Well, you never know until you try. I suggest that you don't, especially since you've given me a statement of intent. And that's once again just on account of me losing time, on account of being double penalized. So, the basic important thing being, I do have only around, really, Francesca von Karma is only 19 at this time. Well, she's a prodigy, but that would imply that she was only around 12 or may be at best 13 in the case that's known as the second KG8 incident. So I do have something that either implies that he did see Maniko Shen again, or that things may have taken another turn. The big problem being potential time frames and all of that. Because I need to disprove one of those statements and I have no clue how. I feel like this mentioning of a time frame is the big thing here. However, I'm either forgetting something, or there's some form of contradiction I can't really look at right now or present correctly. The fake that was originally in Alabast. Cause of death, a single stabbing attack to the neck. That honestly could have happened at any time where blood wouldn't directly be of greater note. So, for example, when loud things are happening around all of that. The knife key is not really related to any of it. This has literally nothing to do with time frame or anything else. Only thing it is related to is that things have gone down badly. There are the documents pointing to Mr. Koshen as part of a smuggling ring. The bills that were burnt, though, that also didn't really mean anything. The statue that was fake. So also implies that something had happened. The spear Larry damaged is completely unrelated, aside of having been forgotten in his office, of course. The samurai dogs are rather irrelevant. Only thing related here is that some of them were in the room next door. I'm sure I will have to go back to this pic, but that's also not related to anything, maybe time frame or that he was somewhere or not. Or at least I do not have any data on it. I can't exactly question why that pool was drained right now, so that is most likely also not really related. We know that this photo was taken around the same time as he was giving his speech, so that's something at least, but not exactly what I need. It also doesn't show any form of time frame or presence. The fires are potentially a time frame, considering that was a coordinated effort to put them out of many parts of the embassy stuff. So that would open up a significant amount of time where something could have happened. Wire? Well, I don't see why that would have anything to do with it. The revolving fireplace is of relevance, but not directly. The crossbow bolts. We know they are related to something, but well, we can't pin them to any form of time. The two things, literally years old, are most likely not related. The wound, well, I'm sure that has something to say, but doesn't point to any time frame. So the commemorative photo would be the last thing. And the only thing we have here is the fact that he does have this knife in there. However, this also does neither disprove that he would have been in Alibus the entire time. It doesn't disprove that he saw Mr. Koshen the last time in the Theatrum Naturalis. Doesn't disprove that he didn't see him after that. So the potential time spans are the only thing that really could have some form of contradiction in them. The fires are the only thing that could really relate to that. So, that was commotion. However, on account of me having to present things as absolute facts, something like this happens. But no, if that really matters to me either way. Are you really sure my statement contradicts a piece of evidence? I know I need to essentially pin that he has planned to eliminate Koshan here in the Theatrum Naturalis. However, the only way I could do this is by relating it to this or to the time frame. Well, whatever sounds I just produced, I'm sorry for them. I noticed that there was a bit of a, well, knocking, I suppose. I also didn't expect this to take that long in order to simply reach the end here. Oh well, lost case and all of that. So, the fact that it was premeditated is important. However, how do I present it to it? And most importantly, is it related to the time frame when he could have done it, or is it related to him having planned it? If I had any option of going a bit more freeform here, I would honestly have no problem of proving his guilt, I believe, but because it's not enough to, well, present the right thing, but at the right time, to exactly not just draw out some additional data, or to present some thing that is exactly what's asked for, but only on account of relatively direct contradiction. That is, that is the problem here. Let's present it. By now just stumbling through endless repeats is Well, all well and good if it gets me to the end, considering I'm honestly completely stumped here.
Objection!
This is correct, but if Miles now pulls out the security footage, in order to tell him the time frame when it would have happened, then I'm soon going to get an aneurysm from it, considering that this is exactly what I wanted to say. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. That's a lot of words that rhyme. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Alright, so literally saying he has had the time frame in order to potentially murder someone is not a contradiction. Even if I have literal timestamps, but completely changing the subject not in order to show him that he had the option, but pointing out that what he held is not. Also, I seem to need to just listen to someone. Just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to answer something. But honestly, lateral timeframes on the statement that is about him not having the time to kill are not allowed. Yet completely changing the subject to the murder weapon and how it has been smuggled is allowed. I am honestly completely astonished by how this has gone out of its way to make sure that you are not capable of finding the right thing to present. I know those deduction styles here are not meant to be easy. This is something I can respect, but any other time where you'd outright change the subject and present something related to something different compared to the direct quote from a testimony is considered wrong. Here, you have to do it. Why do you have to do it? Well, back to it, so I don't rant on into all eternity and all of that. One that captures the proof. I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife. This is the knife that killed Mr. Kershan. I see you recognize it. Yes, well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed many Kershan here, at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. A face of a worthless cur. Yeah, no. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts. There's no one who can lay a finger on this man. Is this really the end? Agent Lang! Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way, my plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Your job holding the fort here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Longsi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters and the imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The imperial household? What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The videotape is protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Si. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. His energy seems to have waned a little bit. Also, somehow he restored his cane. Can't be! I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I'd so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? Just a hardworking, honest ambassador. Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us. So, what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains you cannot arrest me. I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. Alright. I did expect some interesting things to happen, though. I did not expect that outcome, especially considering... Didn't Lang leave towards the Barbalian side? If you went to Babal, how's he now on this side? You say that I killed Mr. Koshin in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't this body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming I carried the body all the way over here? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. I'm still very much annoyed by how I had to get here. I killed Mr. Koshin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Koshin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. What do you have me surrendered to? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, put this guy out of the embassy, and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. And get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. Huh. Do I still have to be careful with what I press on? Well, I may as well be a little on the careful side. Let's see if I, this time at least, can get something that's an actual... can use something that is an actual contradiction here and not some thing that is only very indirectly to such a degree related that in any other case it would have been a mistake. Can I... stuck in a bouquet. I love that when anyone could have taken it from there. Besides, Mr. Cushion's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Well, that is a contradiction. Question is, do I need to press or do I need to show? And with the threat of losing stability on account of simply pressing, it is a rather big thing here. However, there's also the big-ass complication of, well, is it enough in this case, or to simply present the right thing, or do I not supposedly have the right info yet? I will try.
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. I should congratulate you on getting your hands on it. Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you would take a good look at this section here. This lump inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in this pushcart. Well, let's hope it's actually allowed to be the body and not for some reason than the paper currency that would have been burnt.
Take that!
What is the meaning of you showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Koshan's body. You had to steal Samurai and wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess! But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it's but a hypothesis, however... if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. And it appears Gumshoe has found what we need. Wait, what side is he coming from? Sorry it took so long, Miss Edgeworth, sir! Gummy! Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it at the old mayor stage. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just may play a major role in solving this case, detective. Something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find that pushcart? Oh, I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh. Well, let's have that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. Wee 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 wee. Whoop. It's blood. This must be Mr. Koshen's blood, which only proves, which only goes to prove that Mr. Koshen's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Koshen at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the steel samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. I forced him to move the body into Alabast? What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. Oh! If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so, I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Well, honestly, I'm rather sure we already proved how it was moved. Would be the same, exactly the same way, honestly, as the movement of the statues happened. But well, I should continue on here. Miles Edgeworth. Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Yeah, maybe you did, but only if we completely disregard the bullshit I have gone through here. Which means there's no question that can't be answered, right? The primitive statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. The movements in Alabast. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the steel samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagrasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. In Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you'd left out a few things, such as the murder of the Master Second. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You is not every life precious. They really need me to answer that for you.
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. And you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like. His movements in Alabast. Rebuttal. Ay. Theoretically, I shouldn't be pressed for time right now, so just pressing him shouldn't be a problem. However, this is the weirdness of an Ace Attorney game in its last case. After I returned to her Albus, I had my picture taken with a sealed samurai shaking hands. Yes, we've seen that picture, and it was taken prior to the swap of the statues. Well, just as I was about to give my speech, the Yatakarasu appeared. Well, not really, but it was something. I fit for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. This time I do need to press. The Yatakarasu picture was taken when there was light on stage. However, if the light was presented without the shadow, since at the first time it was immediately presented with a shadow, it would have been after it was restored. So it would have been the time frame after the speech. Or at least that's what I can see from it. He's leaving things out, and I need to press this time.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however, upon my return I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Mask the Second. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the primitive statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Ankama's really letting her whip fly now. Yeah, she seems to be a bit on the agitated side. I think the scary part is the silence while she's doing it. You must be at the limit of your patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Yeah, I can't find a single contradiction. Edgeworth? He's totally dead on the inside. just like a hollow tree.
Oh. You're the only one who can cut him down to size, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
At this point in time, we are lacking information required to fight back properly. Aye, Mr. Prosecutor. You just said word and I'll get him talking for you. Don't forget that we have plenty of ways to get him to talk.
We got some real scary people on our side, huh, Kay?
Well, I'm all ready to help out, Gummy. How about you?
I can't believe you are getting into this. In that case, I'm ready too, sir.
Yeah. Everyone, please calm down. I'll think of something. Well, at the very least, this means I can press again without fearing for immediate failure. So, after I returned to Alabas, I had my picture taken with the steel samurai shaking hands. Please elaborate. So, why was it only with the steel samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You didn't need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office, preparing the speech. So he did at the very least have some time on hand. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagrasu appeared.
Hold it!
That Yatagrasu was just a trick you had set up. The most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the hero's garden so that when you were to take on stage, the audience would see the Yatagrasu's shadow. Oh, that's an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then. Let's move on to a different question. After Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well... Can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babao?
Sir?
Mr. Edgeworth? Even after proving so much, he's going to get away with it. Is this the end? It appears I've made it just in time. What? Larry? It would be a great honor if you'd allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil Magistrat, it is time for you to pay. Is he still samurai? No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Nero, Tokyo. And this is
Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy, bro.
Two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. I just wanted to help, yeesh. I'm going to get the bad guy. Go away.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Boo? All three of us came to lend you a hand, and this is how you treat us.
Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does it really matter right now?
Hey, is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked?
Yeah.
I found him in a bar, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, well, it appears that we made it
not that far back. Something about finding Iron Infant in Babal. And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that? Well, I was in Alabas the whole time. So I had no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I lost him in the Rose Garden. I guess maybe the cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure. But I found him in...
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the two countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas to Babal is once again the symmetry. That's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir?
There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It's where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Koshin's body lies.
Does it have something to do... something like that really exists, sir?
An embassy built on a bilateral symmetry, meaning that that this is where we need to examine. Well, of course, in the middle of a courtyard. If this thing truly was built with absolute symmetry, then there should be a pool of water here.
Take that! Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. Doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. Miss Edgeworth?
Sir Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir, just like the one in the Rose Garden.
Just as I suspected.
What's it?
The two sides of the embassy are mirror images of each other. Which means that there's also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Krishan's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. Well, if the two pools are connected... The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool, it was a Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must have been true. The water reservoirs in the two countries are connected. Yep, and when a massive amount of water was used in order to uh, stem the flames on the bubbly side, well, guess where that water came from? Right, it was pumped out of the bubbly's pool. However, the Alabastian side, if it is connected, would have also been drained, which is why it was in the process of being refilled. Water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. And where's your proof that the two sides are connected? The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned iron infant. What? This blasted doll! Miss Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey. Don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of Justice's son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed through to the bar. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can't believe it made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Miss Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, a chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. Yep, I do. And another thing. Mr. Koshen's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage? That's relatively easy. Sheena had conducted everyone to be at ready in the right places, so... Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean... Sheena? Right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right, Sheena would drown if she did that. So to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. Yeah, baked. In this case, no. It is my logic is the reason no one else was baked in the flames of the fires that happened. In the end, it's just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of all the water in the pool. Get rid of the water? That's it. Now, I believe this time we really are done, right? Not quite. Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You're a most persistent man. Yes, we are. Honestly, if there was ever a case of just hitting someone with a prosecutor's badge, it's no, but I will refrain from that. Are you saying that you thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Put a body through the water? That's completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's event made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. I hope it does not imply that for right now the samurai dogs are related to why there was no water when the fires are literally when the fires are literally a good reason not only to get water from anywhere, but the pool being literally designed to be used in such cases.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalis embassy. In order to put fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir levels went down. If enough water was drained, a connecting pipe would be used could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water levels went down. The reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical, game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. Yeah, something similar like using completely unrelated logic in order to use a piece of evidence that seemingly has nothing to do with the statement used in order to prove that the statement in itself was irrelevant on account of this being the first time in a game where any of this happened. Rant over. I haven't lost yet. I found a route you used to smuggle a body, and that route will lead you to defeat. Will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting efforts, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know that those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It'd be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Oh, looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, what could be the way the water the body was moved? Well, simply put, it would be the fountain spouts. The automated system that would engage if the water levels were too low. With both pools connected, it would easily be able to refill the pools in a somewhat at least timely manner. We've seen this happen after the second fire, so if the body was transported prior to the second fire that had occurred, then the pool would have been empty for quite a while prior to this. Also, with both connected, as long as there's anything that can be used as a boat, for example, depending on construction, this push cart, then it would easily rise up without any additional form of, without any additional ladders, pulleys or anything the like. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Machina and the body were lifted upwards by their buoyancy in water. Bum bum ba! A fire on the bubbly side and the firefighting efforts. These were set in motion, all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Koshan's body. I'll show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads. First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation for things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Koshan's body into the pool. At this time, Machina was busy conveniently starting the fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting efforts to begin. When the firefighter has used the water in the pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Machina and the body. After that, Machina used the pushcart to carry the body to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could easily transport Mr. Koshan's body. And that wraps up my fourth explanation on how the body was moved. Yes, we also have, we do also have a witness in the form of Gumshoe, who can attest that, the elevator was used even with the fire already being active. Yeah. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Wait to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? Well, he's right in that. We can potentially hold him for quite a long time on all of these allegations, but we need proof in order to finally nail the coffin shut. He wants proof. What are you going to do, Miss Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing that made it. Wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipes tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage area. Is it now this weird metal pick, which most likely is part of this knife's handle?
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the bubbly side will be your undoing. A guitar pick.
Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open air stage, which was transported with the body. I actually assumed that you would recognize it since you took the photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to. If I now need to use the photo, I am really going to get pissed off. Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Kershen. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautiful blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick into that open slot. It is a perfect fit. You're welcome for restoring your overall national treasure. I'll send the bill to you in prison. I assume that a petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Kershen's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Kershen's body. That's an interesting story. Nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gone wet from is the open air stage's pool. I ask you, how did a part of the weapon, which was smuggled into the theater, wind up in the open air stage? In the open air stage area on the bubbly side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden's pool to the bubbly, through into Babel. Impossible! The people of Zhangfei have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. This way. Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see it. Sorry, I choked on my own spit. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you're given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy's going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with or people who refuse to admit that they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Miss Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Kark! It is still not over. Well, at the very least, apparently this is called the final testimony, so
unless there's a postscriptum testimony or the testimony after tomorrow testimony, I guess this will be the end. So I'll at the very least get this to the end. I'll see if I may or may not even have the time to, well, swap to something else. But at the very least, I will do this today. March 15th, 3:33 a.m. Theatre Neutralis lobby. Miss Alba, I request that you testify once more. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still yet have to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Kashan. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. I have a very good feeling that Larry will come to our rescue, for completely idiotic reasons. If he was prepared for it all, he will have committed a murder during the Steel Samurai stage show, and he will have missed a whole lot of it. However, for someone in his position, it wouldn't be too hard to get the scripts for the evening, meaning he would know what was supposed to happen. My prediction: he was supposed to know what happens. However, because Larry is, because Larry's a catastrophe on legs and managed to break the, not break, but bend the spear he was supposed to use, Mr. Alba will not know how the entire thing ended in detail. Back to business. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to the investigation. To this investigation. The Steel Samurai show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark. But it was dark out in the audience. I swear, I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Oh, yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who's cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh? Huh? Hey, Edgy. Who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay. I'm Larry Bartz. Silence in the peasants' gallery. There's no such time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there.
Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor, or rather Mr. Edgeworth. I'll leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. And so we are up to the finale. Maybe I'll even get this done within my, well, planned segment for today, though... with all this chaos and all those convoluted sidestepping of evidence and all of that, we will see. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Albert's lies. At least this time, the whole thing with special stuff that cause your stability to drop on account of just asking questions is only a very short while. Well, the Steel Samurai stage show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. The last row. I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved. I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave up on the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him. Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here. My dear madame, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again. Oh my, well, aren't you just a considerate person when you want to be? But this yak butterfly is on the on the side of edgy poo. So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen. In frustration, perhaps, I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show? I swear, I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching? Quite! You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, but perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. Yeah. I see that you are willing to be a little more receptive now. Well, it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience. I do remember the contents of the show very well. Is that enough for you? Not quite, but would you kindly explain to us what happened? Well, I remember the contents of the show so well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him be. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And I didn't think the climatic scene of today was just totally awesome. Yes, I remember that well. That spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live in my heart forever. Is that how it went? I totally forgot about it. Can you forget about your own special moves? That's the special attack the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the samurai spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? I hadn't watched the show. Then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could please elaborate on this point for me. I will, just because I can press this eternity and back, but this is exactly what I said was going to happen. He read the script, he didn't watch the show. Press on it. Early summer rain jab.
was the move that was to be unveiled today. And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi. How sad. The only way he got to protect himself is that he watches the samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left. Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him.
Yeah. We'll find a way to bring him to justice.
Now then, let's continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba. Very well. A Steel Samurai special move and the various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. I agree, today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed. What?
Hey! That's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed.
You make all surprised, but naturally, you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just don't understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. But allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kate myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show.
He got nothing on the jamming ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Wasn't my brand new special finishing move totally rad?
Don't tell me. It was you who fought up this special move?
Yep, no, what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. Was that it? No, it was Startle Breaking Chop. That doesn't sound quite right.
How can you forget a move you came up with? The final piece to Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, if he was busy killing Mr. Koshan, he should not have had the time to do so. Alright, time to finish this. Da 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 da. Present. Well, time for Miles Edgeworth's special finishing move. Larry has done it again. The special move today was the early samurai jab. Is that your final answer? You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking me the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. A samurai spear? What about it? The spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Unfortunately for you, today's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, unless a man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was today?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct. Because he couldn't use a spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Kirkus Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai show tonight, didn't you? Aha. So, if he wasn't watching his show tonight,
Then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Koshen instead.
So, what were you doing the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show. Or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. Assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
Oh, that's the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
Just because he's gotten the name of the move wrong? We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever.
Who was that just now?
It would be I, young lady. Larry? What are you doing interrupting me like that?
Angie, please, hold on for a second, I beg.
You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan. But I totally think he's a Steel... What? He's a Steel Samanic. Samaniac? What exactly is a Steel Samaniac? Well... I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai! I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai. Are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that this real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose just wouldn't run any thicker. Getting the name to move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Manny Koshen. You know what, Grimes? You're totally something else. I'm honored to receive such high praises from the Steel Samurai. But what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move's a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, what did you just say? Did I say something stupid again? Did you just say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I should have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before. Yes, stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room whiteboard. Early summer rain jab was kinda how we decided to name the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kinda pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kinda pretend that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. Basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early submarine jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and pointless. And a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like the kids show. Miss Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. Huh? How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. So, now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba. You're the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. And that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in a show or said aloud. It is time for water. Also to hopefully finally find a conclusion to this. This has been a long back and forth, full of spoilers and more after all. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out about the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quercus Alba, that's the only way you could have known the name of the special move. Well, you saw it yourself, backstage. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. A staff member who knew were keeping it a secret. So, you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was there at some point, right? But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with it, with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This is related both to the dressing room and to Mr. Cochen's murder. Well, that would be the pushcart.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed out, and it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant, in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabas along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So, basically the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Yeah. Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? Not to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with a pushcart van too. Correct. Thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Kershan. Quercus Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest! Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was in sight. Why would an ambassador in his own embassy need to ask for directions towards the bathroom? One would assume that he, especially in something that is built symmetrically, would know where to go. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk! Still trying to get out of this? Do you realize? Do you really think you can get away at this point? Miss Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah. If Miss Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure you'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis. And it's that they found nothing. That's it. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there is no new info, no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you'll excuse me, because of you people I missed my flight. Now must make haste to arrange for a new one. And who may that be? Who is it this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers! First Lariat, no you? What's it with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in this sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy-poo? Cheer up! Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing from you?
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy-poo. Are you ready to...
It's a box of samurai dogs. It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes. Oh, Edgy-poo, here, go on and eat one, and you'll find as right as rain.
Honestly, these things may honestly have something on them, considering these things were stored in the dressing room. Yet everyone's speechless, with good reason. However, I shall not remain speechless. Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy-poo, tell me you understand the depths of his lady's love for you. I not want to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that you may want for all day and it's a dream to serve no homemade food. I mean, it's a desire of a woman to make sure the beloved never goes hungry or in his experience with it. Me and sound. Miss Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her?
There's no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like a Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait. A special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it. Never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Possible. Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. Well, in that case, incredible coincidence just pointed out the truth of it. Because if that's not just coloration but blood, then we have, then we have some very important data on us. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. Rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction.
A present.
Studio's bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Koshan at this theater and then placed the body inside the pushcart. And then? You forced the steel samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final piece of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, there's no... all the way to the truth will be revealed. Well, the body and the pushcart and the Hinomaru dogs are directly related. Now there's the question of what it wants to be connected to. The body in the samurai dogs in pushcart and the body in the pushcart are directly connected. First, most likely, on account of them not being able to be in there at the same time. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken from the pushcart by the killer. And then, of course, if all of those were removed, those Hinomaru dogs suddenly come into view as something entirely different, namely just a little bit of a blood splatter on a pristine canvas. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldberg. Thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Cheapo! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Miss Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Kushan in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. You're bluffing. Oh. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sounds like you finally found them. You found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. So, tell us, what about a box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down. Why? It's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it. This should never have existed. I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood, you say? I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I forgot to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you. Get this down to the lab, pronto. But why was there blood on the box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with a pushcart, correct? Yes. You have great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So, to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in it. I figured the samurai dogs were these, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were those boxes doing on the floor? I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's body was found. The victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated the room, not a single box of samurai dogs was there. because the embassy staff had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldback managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldback managed to put a great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that! I didn't steal. I received it from myself. Ugh. I really hope this is not taking too long anymore now, because it appears I am starting to get fumbly with my voice. I really shouldn't have given Wendy Oldback such a scratchy thing. Quercus Alba. I'd say this one was one very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest. However, how can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what? So, Miss Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? A sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. Yeah. Sorry for that. La la la. I need to make some voice training, it seems. At the very least, we now have proof that a murder occurred in the dressing room. And you said that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs? I have to say, those are very swift tests. Report! Report! What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this Quercus Alba. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question. He really just doesn't want to call it quits, does he? The one from before. Or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was the dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I'm the killer, does it? That's... He has a very good point. Blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba was the killer. We've literally used a 10 years old fingerprint prior to prove something. Isn't it rather likely that his prints are on those boxes he pulled out? And the evidence is meaningless? It can't be. We're so close, sir. You want to smack that smug look on his face? Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It appears to be Mr. Paleno. However, if that continues, we'll also see the jamming ninja enter and potentially even a stewardess from a flight we took in the beginning of the game.
It wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me either. Oh, it wasn't me either. It was me. Why did you... Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. Well, better than the jamming ninja, considering that the forensics in Exeter near seem to have supernatural abilities. There's more. What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not the same blood as type as the victim's blood. Yeah, I see. What? I see where this is pointing. Quirkus Alba was also wounded, so it wasn't the blood of the victim. He made very sure that none of that would end up anywhere. However, he accidentally dripped some of his own on it. What do you mean, not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't this, then who the hell is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, alright? Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before I entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Yeah, it's possible also that guy would be fired, considering that this would be a biohazard contamination. And yeah, I did do that funny little thing here in Germany where you need to, well, learn, in quotations, how to work with open foods and all of that. So anyone who would just work with a bleeding nose without properly securing their blood while working in a packing business would easily get fired. I guess that's possible. Dang it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Quercus Alba, you bastard! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through. Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you will see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whining of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility?
Someone else other than the victim. Just when I thought I had him backed into the corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is it. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. And I will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you ever knew. Freedom, like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Workers Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. Oh? And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Huh, mere words. What do you mean by his wings had been clipped, Miles Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful definitive piece of evidence. Hey, after Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But we know it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss von Kermer, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good then, I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to. Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. Well, a good Quercus alba.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus alba. You... What? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even the victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim. And there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
But Mr. Caution was the only one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder Mr. Caution had fought back? You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Caution managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. Well, what may prove that he may have been bleeding at the time? He himself said that he had a wound.
Take that!
Miss Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
It was from when the masked second attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that really what happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Albers, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single piece slip by you, no matter how insignificant it's the possibility.
You want to talk, Mr. Alba? You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as a smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. Well, let's crumble a facade. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something.
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Caution, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose such a weapon came from.
This theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort. Well, almost. Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastian knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of sorts.
But as long as you can't prove that, as long as you can't prove what the other way is, all of your talks about Mr. Caution stabbing me is pure nonsense. So, if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows how Mr. Caution brought a weapon into this theater. Well, if he carried it, the Yatagrasus knife. Honestly, there are two things. For one, the samurai spear would still have been backstage, though with a bend like that and in that condition, a stabbing wouldn't really have been an easy way to do. However, the Yatagrasus key can be folded over, so if both of them were already en route to, well, simply go and betray each other, the key, if folded into its key shape and known by the ambassador, by the embassy staff on the side of Babal, they wouldn't think twice on why Mr. Caution had it on him. However, once in the Theatrum Neutralis, there wouldn't be such a limitation.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagrasu's key.
That key?
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it's very unique in that it's both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater.
No.
You can dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back into Mr. Koshan's pocket. After that, the knife itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Cadopium paper signed by Mr. Koshan. In order to make it look like Mr. Koshan died as the leader of the smuggling ring. You had to make it so that the police were the ones to open the ones who opened the safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this nice blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible? You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Koshen. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt of all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent the Yatagrasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagrasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to his close. And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors.
Honestly, considering he's the most likely second oldest person in the room, it would have been perfectly fitting if that was a Scooby-Doo reference and he would have just said, I wouldn't have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Also, it would be demeaning to all of the prosecutors, so it would even fit his style. But let's continue. Miss Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. Those countries or alabasts? Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Let's go.
Wow. March 17th. 11:21 a.m. This record defendants lobby number 2. It appears we will still be going at least for the epilogue, so I'll be back in a minute. Lots of water means that there are leaks to be fixed, so to speak. Okay, so onwards onto this big epilogue. Hopefully epilogue.
Here. It is it. The big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabasta. Francesca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes added.
Having to face Miss von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to. I don't even want to think what that would be like. I got a glimpse of Mr. Alba. He was being escorted into the courtroom. Oh boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. No, I've been thinking. A flight attendant and even Mr. Portman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Camille was to provide support during smuggling operations, using her job as an attendant. Mr. Portman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Oh, go your airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of his ring, spread throughout the world.
Yeah, sounds like a big op that can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, detective?
Oh, nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also so scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end, as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay for his debt to society.
Well, with the arrests of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. Real killer in the KG8 incident than 10 years ago was Manny Koshan. 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mackerel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and the other truths from us. And I will expose it all to at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Date Man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, carp, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. Where you holding them? Tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Courtopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Courtopia.
But what a pity. Even though every item here sent is a treasure, you don't seem to all that interested. Well, if you don't want him, I can give him to my lovely assistant Kay. Wait, that's not what I said. Miss Edgeworth, please. Let me have him, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where's Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you've got to be more alert than that. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you. Or realize that voice was you. Long C says, ferocious love blooms with each other's new spring. Whoa. I guess I'm swallowing a lot of air in all of it. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in the courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zongfei is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you. So I just want to say thanks. Wow, never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Albert's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. Tch. I like doing this, but I really need to swap out what I play at, considering that it strains my voice a little much. That victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I still never forgive you, prosecutors. I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You get that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir. I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. I hope you've got enough, because I'm going to call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom. The final act is about to start. The legend of the great thief Yagrasu. The story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to pursuit of truth. Prosecutors are those who seek the guilty verdict on the defendant's meat, and to that end I have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me very young. However, I no longer think that's all we prosecutors are, and that is because... That was a little faster than I hoped, but I hope I got it across. Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short while, I feel though it's been a lifetime since I've last set foot in it. And today, more than any other day, I think, well, the last one I didn't quite get. But, well, we've reached the end. So, out of principle, I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm finally free to surf in the friendly blue skies. Oh, about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work and being truly postmodern. Oh god. The airline has shown the need to design a new line of gojo. To think someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink wallet, yellow-seated jet. Well, that's something. Yeah, I'll let this play out and try to narrate it at least to an extent, if I can. Edgeworth, the ruthless of the root man. Because of him, my time and money have been wasted. But most importantly, yeah, I received a fantastic premier statue of the Principality of Codopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the ambassador of Paleno was most generous. He got the replica. Huh. We finally caught Agent Higgs's killer, and I was able to witness the hour of their tears again. It feels so good to bring everything back. I received another offer from the Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Codopian courts await. Well, Codopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find a new vigor there. It appears like it. Well, let's go to the end in all of this and see what it leads up to. This little patrolman has been finally fired as of today, sir. I thought it was safe since I found the gun had dropped. It had noticed it dropped my police badge too. I was really broke when the camels back when I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles, man. Well, old friend, I was actually hoping to talk to Miss Edgeworth a bit more than I did. Yeah, I guess so. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I still get a long way to go into stuff to study there. Next time, I'll help Miss Edgeworth on a case. I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give scientifically. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. I don't want to be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prisoner I'm ever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, well, he's off guard too. He's on guard duty now. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Oh, but stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Okay, she is completely still enraptured with everything. It appears there's all sort of drama that takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. That would be interesting to see, especially with this judge. Oh, the bird. Phew! Barely escaped death yet again. Yeah, but boys, we are going to have a short help us out. Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. I'll let it get you down, Maggie. You've still got me. You're right, sir. I wouldn't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. If Larry's disaster on legs, well, Maggie Birdie is the one who will have to stand tall for it. Always. Why not come to Codopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a small fire of its own. Then we have few problems with the fire marshals, but next event will be great. It will be an attraction titled Capture the Yategrasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help with creating our latest attraction. Well, I wouldn't have thought less of that, or him, in that case. I can't believe that Min ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We are planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We are going to sell blue ocean dogs. They sell like hotcakes, hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog in a blue bun, I guarantee you the tongue. Yeah, I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, really, but oh, I noticed that I haven't been the guy in a blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, next time we meet, I'm gonna make him one and eat one of my dogs. Well, the better, yeah, Larry. It's a Larry. A Larry. I gave testimony in court today, as a member of the Yategrasu. Yeah, Mr. Bat, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed the elements within the ring have begun moving? We're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard a thing about that smuggling ring. Langsy says, probably bite a poisonous snake from the head down. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I get you all yet. Youth. When I did become so old, I wonder. I've begun noticing the grey hairs in my beard more than I'm thinking of retiring in my mirror. I've been thinking of retiring my mirror there. Oh god, it's Wendy Oldbeck. I was a pink princess and a pink badger all the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. That's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Boo. They take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does it mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time when a creepy fuzzy pink animal and then a pink princess is a great hero of justice and seen making it spotted and all of the head on the costume something and sound a terrible idea. Yep. Well, not quite in the end yet, it seems. March 17th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices. Room 1202, also known as Miles Edgeworth's office. Oh, I feel so much better that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, and nothing... and nothing that... and nothing but the look of Miss Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into the courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. I definitely need to train my voice prior to continuing with any Ace Attorney investigations. Yeah. Based on the information Mr. Arber offered up, they began the large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francesca and Agent Lang. So, what happens to... So, what are your plans now, Kay? Oh well. We've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important from you, Gummy. Phew, what a relief.
Okay. Yes? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight three-person team of my own.
A three-person team?
A three-person team of young beauties the same age as me is possible.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the two other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Miss Edgeworth, the only thing I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make the world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay?
And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate if you just came through the building's front door.
It's okay, Miss Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the three of us.
Commemorative photo. A big case has to end with one. No.
Why not?
Oh, damn me, you're camera shy, Miss Edgeworth.
Of course not, detective. Come on, Miss Edgeworth, I'm taking a picture now. Hey, come back here.
Miss Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese.
And thus, the long tale of the KG8 incident came to a close. I saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax. For I'm eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. It is a pretty picture, at least. And with that, well, with that, we have finished Miles Edgeworth's Investigations 1. Or, more precisely, Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth. I will most definitely make a rather certain break here and train my overall voice a bit better prior to going into Prosecutor's Gambit. However, that is something I will see to when the time comes. For now, however, I've spent quite a while here. So, I guess it's time to, simply put, end the stream here. At the very least, this game. No, wait, I guess I will end the entire stream here. Honestly, I believed I would have squeezed something else in, but I guess it's not as easy as that.